Yo, what's up, Yoshi? Me too. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Mr. Together Live. I'm, of course, your host, Mr. Together. Of course, it's time for the cat. Come on. Come on. Don't stare at me, Just pet the cat o'clock. Well, we're live and alive. Hope y'all are doing well out there. We're going to be playing some Stanley Parable today, which is a classic. It's a classic on the channel. Just kidding, I've never played this before. I've never seen any playthroughs of it. I know it's an incredibly popular Let's Play game, though. I think a lot of the big YouTubers have done it. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Thank you. True. It is Cinco de Mayo. I do have to work tomorrow, so I will not be drinking. Can I ask a huge favor? Yeah, what's up? You can certainly ask. Can you play a TikTok vid on stream? It's ridiculous and funny. Possibly, yeah. Can you link it to me? I want to see your reaction to this guy. My setup's kind of fucked. But let's see. We should be able to open this. Let's go here maybe, and then, because I have, whoops. Okay. Also, I didn't finish the vid because I wanted to be here, but my homegirl sent me this. Okay. Sorry you can't drink tonight. Yeah, it happens. Alright, so can you see it? It's kind of scuffed. I work tomorrow, but not till dinner. Nice. Okay, let's take a look at this TikTok video here. Let's take a look at this little TikTok here. Oh my god.
Swirl it around, as I said to you before.
Oh, no, I don't want TikTok to have my location.
Pour it into the glass.
I have seen this actually.
Swirl it around, as I said to you before. Throw it out, because you want to get rid of any odors that are perhaps on the lip of the glass. Swirl it around, bring it up and say...
This guy's based as fuck, I have to say.
Say hello. Then you go back to it. How
Hello.
are you? And then go back to it. Quite well. Thank you very much. Now remember, get into it. Don't go like this. None of this stuff. You want to
No, none of this stuff.
get right into it to make sure that you're actually examining every part of that whiskey. How
This
do you
guy's
taste
fucking
it?
ridiculous.
Don't knock it back like a cowboy. Take the water. But don't
love
just
the
pick up a jug
closer.
like this. What you need to do is to pick up a jug with your finger in the water. Why? Because you want to test it. Why do you want to test it? Because many barmen, unfortunately, stick their jug under a hot tap by mistake, and therefore, this is what ruins whiskey. 6 times I've now ruined my whiskey. 6 times. Twice in America,
6.
once in France, once in Stockholm, and twice
Oh, he's just a fancy lad. He's been all over the world with whiskey.
in England. So, you take the still water, you put it into the whiskey, reduce it down to 35% alcohol. 35% alcohol is the ideal strength for really bringing out the whiskey in the palate. Put it in the mouth. And then let it go down. Absolutely fantastic. If in fact I hadn't added sufficient water, what would happen? This is what would happen. Your face would start grimacing. It would start changing because it was affecting the taste buds, anesthetizing them. So all you need is a little water. When I have a presentation,
A little finger water. Exactly.
finish at night, want to relax, go into the bar, there's nothing more wonderful than the sound of whiskey being poured by the barman into a glass. And just when I'm about to take the glass from him to enjoy my whiskey, suddenly I hear this other noise.
That's what they need to do is drop their balls right into the water. That'll make it taste better for sure.
Other noise of not just one or two
Finger
bits of
water
ice,
cocktail.
but many bits. This is now Scotch on the rock.
He's so melodramatic.
This is taking my whiskey, ruining it with all this ice. In the olden days when there was no ice,
Nobody
the Scots
puts
had
that
to
much whiskey in
improvise. So
there.
what did they do? They went to the riverbeds. They took the cold rocks that had been chilled by the mountain snows. They put that into the whiskey and that chilled it. And that's why we call it Scotch on the rocks. All I'm saying to you is this. If you're ever in a bar and you want to try and enjoy your whiskey this way, don't take it. Take hold of the barman and show him what it's all about. Yeah, chuck it away. You don't need it.
Oh, that's such the best part.
Pour it into the glass.
Ah,
Swirl it around
let me scroll, please.
in a bar, and you want to try and enjoy your whiskey this way, don't take it. Take hold of the barman and show him what it's all about. Yeah, chuck it away.
He just fucking yoinks it. Yoinks it. What's your hat say? I wish I had some ice. My hat says blink twice if you need help. I wish I had ice. I have raspberry lemonade and vodka and some tacos and chips. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I have seen that video. But it is fucking good. It is a good one. That guy is based as fuck. He knows his whiskey, man. He's been all around the world. This guy has no dead homies that never died because they're trying to get drunk for 60 years. But they had to deal with this dude's routine. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's got to try water. He's got to have a little bit of finger in the water and then pour the water, a little bit of water. Got whiskey on the rocks. Whiskey on the rocks. I just love how he takes it to his nose and he's like, "Hi. Hello there. Ah, how you doing?" "Well, I'm doing well." Just got energy drink all over my nose. And he's got such a bulbous honker. And then he's got the glass on it and it just makes the honker look even bigger. So how was Evil Dead? No spoilers. I heard it was good. It was pretty good. It was solid as fuck. I mean, I enjoyed it. I just hate the fucking movie theaters, man. The movie theaters suck. They're terrible, terrible places. How you doing? I'm not that good because I want to drink and stop wasting my time. You got dead homies, Mr. Whiskey? Me either. They have complicated pregame routine. There's no way that guy does that. Like, whenever he's like, going to drink whiskey. Like, it's such a melodramatic fucking pregame routine. Kitty, please. Chill. She's going buck wild now. I saw Scream 6 in theaters. It was incredible. I just got Paramount Plus a couple of days ago, and I keep meaning to watch the 2 new Scream movies. Fucking... the order of them is so obnoxious. So fucking obnoxious. Like, I looked in the list, because they have all 6 of them on there. They put 6 on Paramount this week. Yeah. They have all 6 of them on there, but the second to last newest one isn't numbered. So it must be 5. So there's Scream 1, 2, 3, and then, yeah, it just says Scream. Kitty, what the fuck? Chill out. Why are you harassing me? She needs so much attention right now. She's driving me fucking bananas. It's always when I start, right at the start of stream and I'm talking, always right up my ass. But yeah, it was so confusing. I was like, is this Scream 4? Or is, like, I thought maybe they had made like a trilogy. Because there's a new Halloween trilogy at this point. There's Halloween, Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends. So I thought, is the one that wasn't labeled, I thought that was 4. And then I thought the other 2 were sequels to that one. But I guess Wes Craven made the first. I had to look up a list to figure out the order, and then I never watched any of them. I kind of want to watch all 6, but I just didn't have the time for it. 4 is kind of good. So good, kind of a trilogy. They made a Star Wars reference. One of them, nice. 4 was Wes Craven's last movie. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking he did the first 4, if I remembered correctly. I haven't seen 4, 5, and 6. Those are the ones I haven't seen at least once. I've seen the first 3. I know for sure I've seen the first 3 because the third one's got Jay and Silent Bob. And I know I watched up till that one, and then I kind of just stopped watching them as they came out. But yeah, fucking Wes Craven is the GOAT. Definitely the GOAT. One of the GOATs. I absolutely love People Under the Stairs. That movie rocks so much. It's so good. It scared the shit out of me as a kid. 3 is cool, all the gimmicky shit, but I like the second trilogy more. Yeah. I mean, 3 was okay. I just remember distinctly having Jay and Silent Bob in it. Come here. Come here, you little wild animal. Whoa. Yep, just pop a squat. Please watch 4, 5, and 6. I will, for sure. I have Paramount Plus for the month, so. Dude, I haven't seen that one, but I watched They. That movie's gnarly. I haven't seen that one. Is that a Wes Craven one? I don't even know that was a Wes Craven one. She's so pretty. She's even bigger now with her markings. I mean, she was pretty fully grown when I got her, but she's definitely getting older. I've had her since 2016 at this point, so. They's good. I also watched Curse. That movie kind of sucked, though. Yeah, with Christina Ricci, right? Yeah, I might have seen that one. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's a werewolf movie, right? But yeah, it's not held in high regard for sure. Kitty seemed like a baby when I started following you? Yeah. Yeah. She's a little princess. And baby Jesse Eisenberg. I didn't know he was in it. That is cool, though. I gotta turn this music down. It's funny, because Wes said the director's cut was way different. Yeah. I'd say Wes Craven, my favorite. Scream, not up there, unfortunately, but I would say People Under the Stairs and New Nightmare are probably my two favorite Wes Craven movies. Although I do like his Swamp Thing movie, too. But that's not really, I mean, it's sort of horror. That's sort of horror. After watching the theatrical one, I'm not even interested in seeing it. Yeah. That whole thing about director's cuts is nonsense. Like, sometimes they're rarely worth your time. Watch They. Is that like a... Is that like a Paranoia film? Okay, yeah, I've seen this cover before. Oh, this isn't even directed by Craven. He was an executive producer and its presenter. I haven't seen... Oh, yeah, Dream Warriors. Dream Warriors is good, too. That's like one of the best Nightmare films. But again, that's not directed by Wes. They reminds me of Pulse, but more like a Wes movie. Less Japanesey, right? Where is this man's name? Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, and I've seen Last House on the Left, Hills Have Eyes. Deadly Blessing I've seen. That's the basketball murder one, isn't it? Oh no, this is not it. Deadly Friend, that's the basketball murder one. Got obsessed with Dream Warriors and saw Nightmare after that, and they just slaughter everyone and start over. Yep. Nightmare 4. What's that one? I can't remember the title for that one. Serpent in the Rainbow is one I have to see. I've seen Shocker, People Under the Stairs, New Nightmare. I don't think I've seen Vampire in Brooklyn. Yeah, I've seen Red Eye. My Soul to Take I haven't seen, but I've also not heard good things about that one. Yeah, I mean, besides Deadly Blessing and Serpent in the Rainbow, I've seen most of these. Like, large majority of them. Dream Master is bullshit. Dream Master... Oh, yeah, it is Dream Master. And then Dream Child. I stopped watching them after that. I'm working on the rest of his movies. I like all the Friday the 13th one of Freddy, but Dream Warriors is perfect. Yeah, Dream Warriors is hard to top. I mean, it's Frank Darabont. I'm pretty sure he directed that one. He might have just written it, though. I could be wrong about the director thing. But he's an incredibly talented director and writer. But, like, Freddy sequels are bad. Freddy sequels are usually worse. Like, Friday the 13th movies, the sequels are kind of just, like, more of the same. But the Freddy sequels really do fall off. Except for New Nightmare. New Nightmare is perfect. Dream Warriors, literally Freddy in a mental hospital and Nancy's a psychologist. Yeah, Dream Warriors is the perfect sequel. First 3 Freddys are dope and Freddy vs. Jason. I'm not a big fan of 2. I mean, I appreciate it. But it's definitely one of my least favorite ones. I like Dream Warriors and New Nightmare and the original, of course. That would be my trilogy of must-see, in my opinion. Basically all the ones with Nancy and or Jason. Yeah. I mean, you do have Nancy in New Nightmare too. She's playing a character, but I wish I remembered all the Jason movies. I mean, there's not too many of them. Got yeah, the Jason movies take a while to really get cooking. But I like 4 and 6 a lot. 4 and 6 are like the two most popular ones. Those are like really basic bitch answers. I want you to see Scream 6 so I can tell you something I thought of without spoiling. Alright. I'll watch it. I will watch them. I have to go and watch 4, 5, and 6 though. That's true. What's to do with the glasses name? The dude with the glasses. In the Jason movies? Because I'm 90% sure I haven't even seen 4. And I've definitely not seen the 2 new ones. So I'm so worried. And I want to watch the first ones too, because there's got to be like callbacks to it. There's got to be like important plot stuff from those that I just don't remember because I haven't watched them in forever. Friday 13th, 3, 4, the kid that's totally on the spectrum. Oh, I mean, yeah, he in 4, he's a kid. Tommy Jarvis. That's who you're talking about. In 6, he's like an adult. And in 5, he's like, I guess he's really young in 5 too. He's an adult, but yeah, Tommy Jarvis. His characterization changes a lot between those films. He's sort of like Ash in part 6. Just like a regular dude who's dealing with really fucked up circumstances. Like really incompetently for the most part. I like the blonde goth chick too. In 3, I think. She's vibing. I don't remember that character exactly, but there are definitely a few goth chicks in those movies. The girl with the blonde and purple hair. Yeah, I mean, the characters beyond like Jarvis and Jason are like so bland. All those characters in those movies are so bland. It's hard to distinguish between them. Ugh. All right, we should probably start this game soon, huh? Just maybe. Not that I don't mind talking horror films. I don't remember what my favorite is, but it has to be the black dude in the truck and the older chick that looks out for Tommy. So yeah, Tommy's a child in part 4. And I think his sister's in that one. 5 is like spoilers for a 30-year-old movie, but 5's the fake Jason one, so I almost never watch that one. But I remember Tommy Jarvis is in a mental hospital in that one. That's the best Friday 13th. I'm pretty sure she's a psychologist. Might actually be his sister. Pretty sure it's final chapter. Yeah, final chapter is 4. Which is the dumbest thing you can say about the Friday 13th. But with one of the Coreys. Yeah, Tommy Jarvis is played by Corey Feldman in 4. And he's a kid and he's like got like a monster mask collection. He ends up dressing up like Jason and pretending to be a child version of Jason, and it confuses Jason long enough for him to hit him with a machete or something. I think it's the one after that. Yeah, it's not Corey Feldman in 5, but 5 he's in a mental hospital. and it turns out to be a fake Jason. I think it's 5 that I like. Yeah, I again, that's the one I've seen probably the least. But yeah, Tommy is older. He's like, I think he's supposed to be playing a late teenager, maybe. But I think the actor's in like his early 20s because that's just how they did it. And I mean, that's still how they do it pretty much. But I don't really remember the psychiatrist character. But I haven't seen that one in a good long while. Yeah, he's supposed to be 17. Yeah. Right, yeah, but he looks 24, exactly. Yeah. There's part 6 and then part 7. Part 7 has I think it's his sister. She might be a camp nurse or counselor. I imagine his sister is in that one still because his sister's in 4. Probably played by a different actress, but I do remember him being in a mental hospital, though, because of the events of 4. I'm going to rewatch all of them soon. We can figure out our nerdy shit after that. Yeah. 6 I like. I mean, I like the later sequels of Friday the 13th more, too, for sure. Yo, what's up, Zaddy? Where the fuck you been? Jeez, Zaddy, chill. Yoshi pops in every now and again. Let's play some video games. What's the Stanley Parable about? I don't know. It's a really weird metagame. For sure. Haven't seen him in so long. Let's turn this down. Breaking phones and being poor. True. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider till the computer is barely visible. Sure. Let's bitch about the housing market. It's fucked. Current time. Fuck. Let's make sure it's exactly on the dot, okay? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
What are you friggin' doing that for? You're just gonna die.
Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me with that. Thanks a lot. I probably am gonna die. It's Carl? Yeah. Okay. Get out of my friggin' pool. All right. Okay. This is never the end. Is this horror? I don't even know what this is. It's not horror in the traditional sense.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his
I'm
desk
not
in room
100% sure.
427 and he pushed buttons.
Yeah,
on the
I'm pretty sure it's like
Orders
existential
came to
as
him
fuck.
through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not
Carne
one
asada.
single order had
Carne
arrived on the monitor for
asada.
him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen
Surely.
solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped
Oh.
out of his office.
Oh. How many saw dudes does it take to screw in a light bulb? I don't know. You tell me. Can I jump? Shit's already lit, fam. What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Looking for loot. Hey, it's 420, man. Let's go. It's 420, man. I hate Mondays. I don't know where the meeting room is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Tried to make me go to rehab. I said, nah, brah, nah. Aha.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Synergize core value expenditures. What is hot? Profits, profits, profits. Number of slides on this slide. We need money, less reviews. But I think that's a stupid idea. Do not alter without consulting. You ever drunk Bailey's out of a shoe? No. Old Bill. Bill? What is it? Old Greg. No, Old Greg, I haven't. There's a ton of info right there. A bunch of gibberish. Bunch of corporate bullshit.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Bop, Ba 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 ba
It
ba.
was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Fuck all. Ba 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 ba.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing
Yes.
around doing nothing? Why?
I'm dancing.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Okay, I'm going. Narrated man.
Coming
Narrator.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fuck you. I'm leaving. I'm going home. Everyone else is gone. Oh god, it's hell. Ba 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 ba.
But
Oh, shit.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as
Okay.
Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Doors closed automatically behind him wherever he went. And for
So
that
the
matter,
room can loop?
these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going
Ba,
to lose his
ba,
job.
ba, ba,
He
ba,
wasn't
ba.
crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he
Ba,
imagined
ba,
himself
ba, ba, ba,
flying
ba.
and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoa.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so
Whoa.
much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have
stuck.
to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
Surely.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and
I have
my
a
job.
wife.
All I
My
want is
wife.
my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Surely.
I am okay.
Oh no, I'm still here. Who would have
Stanley
thought?
began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Damn it.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to
Surely.
think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring
The
down at
narrator
body,
never shuts
and then she
up.
turned and ran.
Thank you. It's loading. You just can't see it because I'm here, but it's loading. Okay, I'm back. I'm Stanley. No narrator now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Wait, what?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
420, man. Let me in. Let's get high, man.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
Talk
disbelief,
less.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
Do
office,
unbelievably
hoping he might
amazing
find
work
an
with
answer
no
there.
thought of recognition or compensation.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Not again! I won't be
Do,
part of
do,
this. I'm
do,
not going to
do,
encourage
do,
you.
do,
I'm not
do,
going to
do,
say
do,
anything
do,
at all.
do, do, do,
I'm
do,
just
do,
going to be
do, do,
patient and
do.
wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Holy shit. What a fucking dweeb. Executive bathroom. To be rich, is it a crime? Yes. To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. These people are wild. The vodka's hitting, and I got an ad with a T. Piece twice today. What year is it? What? T-Pain? You get an ad with T-Pain. Oh, I see. How did you get an ad? Oh, because you clicked out. Okay, good. All right, well, that's fine. I was like, I didn't run any ads, and I control when I run ads. Someone sent me a vid with a Flow Rider song. Like, dude, it's 2023. Hey, come on now. Flow Rider for life. What the fuck is that, man? That is a gun to the head of a panda. Okay. This game's weird, man.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
Ooh.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Is this Stranger
He stepped
Fiction
into the
the
newly
game?
opened passageway.
Maybe. God damn it. I wanted to take his money. I don't want to go in the passageway. The narrator sounds identical? Could be. Yeah, that's how pianos sound. Like I'm pressing buttons on a keyboard. Uh-oh. That's how synths sound during a power outage. Yeah.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
starting
a
to get
stirring
spooked.
of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Don't go anywhere, elevator.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. What could go wrong? I mean, what could go wrong? Sending you cat pics. My kitty's so cute. Nice. Oh yeah, you did get a cat too. I don't think I've seen those pics yet. I don't think I've seen your cat yet. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Do 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 do. Camera. Somebody's doing some science in here. How do I zoom? There's nothing. There's like two. You can play this game with 2 buttons.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true
Whoa.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Where's 420? Sent pics of the Marbito cave-dwelling vampire cat. Aw. Nice. Nice, nice. You gotta work for the stock market? Work for somebody. Somebody who is rich. Apparently. Alright, there's 420. Oh, they're not smoking. Scammed. There's just nobody in any of them anyway.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I have a pic with her standing under the ghost face mask. I'm like, what's your favorite scary Maori? Ah.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never!
Never!
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking,
Sick. I wish I
eating,
had a happy
working,
button.
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. Let's hit the happy button first, though. Bitch, I don't know how to fucking turn this shit off. Ooh. This is fucking sick. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All I can do is dance in this game. That's it. System
And when at
power.
last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
This is surely how this room would be designed in real life. Just a big okay. Credits. She has this ball that's super soft.
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
I'm being born.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
I guess we beat it already. She has this ball that's super soft, tries to climb up stuff while holding it. She likes to challenge herself. Nice. She likes games that have impossible rules. This is like watching somebody
No longer
speedrun
would
Mario
anyone
Sunshine.
tell him where to go, what to do.
Look at all that
or
sunshine.
how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new
Moonshine.
path before him. This was exactly the way,
I no longer have
right
free will.
now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And I'm gonna wake up. I'll be back in there, aren't I? What the fuck? Okay, game. Just gave me an achievement for beating the game. Oh. I mean, yeah, clearly I beat it,
All of his
obviously.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
420 door, man. Oh, that will never get old, will it?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
See, I kept listening to the narrator, so maybe I should go this way now.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Hey!
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really
What?
been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood
room
here,
kinda
drinking it
sucks.
all in.
Like, fucking coffee isn't even... Like, this isn't even high up. Imagine having...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Shut
a
up.
room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Imagine making coffee way down on the ground like this. That'd be
At
such
this
a pain in
point,
the ass.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's
Shut up.
possible that this is why everyone left.
Shut up. Give me a soda.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message. But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
What's going on here? Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm
Oops.
not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This
What?
is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I am, bitch. Don't question me. You ain't the boss of me. Except when you are.
All
Fuck,
of his
man, I want
co-workers
to run.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
420, man. 420,
Stanley
man.
went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story in any. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her,
Jesus
Stanley.
Christ.
You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug your phone? No, that
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second.
Bum bum
Did I
bum
just
bum
see-
bum bum
No,
bum bum
that's
bum
not
bum
possible.
bum
I
bum.
can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I
What's
won't
up,
have
Skelly?
that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Close your eyes, everyone.
It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, it's 4:30. I'm supposed to be having a back crack and sack.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story
Those are the
would
best
make
stories.
no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Creepy.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Huh?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
This looks fine. This storyline's boring, though.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was
What
so
are you friggin'
special
doing
about
that
seeing
for?
the game
You're just
undone,
gonna
left
die.
here like so much garbage. It's worthless
Probably.
now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
No! Is it really gonna close it on the Switch? Oh no. Wow, this is scary.
Who thought you were so clever? Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. Why did you think that would be funny? You just had to see. Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually
kinda
knows how to
spooky.
do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Boop, 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 boop,
What
boop, boop,
story?
boop, 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 boop,
If you'd just
boop,
gone through the
boop.
door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried
did
so
that
hard to
already.
make... Is behaving
Resisting the
exactly as
Stanley
Stanley would.
compulsions?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I already went through the door on my left, and I freed myself, and it was boring.
No!
get into some
Why did
cash.
you do that? Quickly,
Fuck.
hurry back.
Fuck.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, no, he just doesn't even care anymore.
Why did you do
Oh,
that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
All right.
choosing
All right,
responsibly.
I'm going through the
and
door
always
this time.
Putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to
Swear.
the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
totally swear. I
When
promise.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Whoa.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I can't go downstairs now. Goddamn nuclear winter out there. Yep, a flashbang. Wait, the boss's office is different now. Ooh, this is kind of
Stepping
sick.
inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Actually, this
Shocked,
part of the room is like
unraveled,
useless.
Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I'm the most expensive boss. Night
I'm
Shark.
sorry, is there a problem? You didn't
Yeah.
mishear me, did you?
This game doesn't have voice
Please
control.
speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what?
It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing.
Just say it, dude.
Respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What the fuck? I'm the narrator now?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
What up? Welcome back.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
What?
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct.
Oh, this whole game's just one big fucking goddamn credits, early credits joke, isn't it? Don't clap. Don't clap. So what is this game? You beat it like 10 times? I don't think I've actually beat it yet. It's fake. It's fake early credits joke, the game.
Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all.
Woo! Sorry, Leroy.
To decide what's the right thing to do.
Get me back inside my body.
You need.
Getting dizzy? My bad. Yeah. Juicer time. This game's hella juicer already. Any gifters? That's for other chats, Yoshi.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer
420
recall.
room, let's go, man. Come on.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
420,
but it didn't
man.
make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Ooh. Free emotes are amazing. They fit with my tax bracket.
Doors, he entered the door on his left.
$420, blaze
Yet
it.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling
Tips for
a
not
wave
getting
of
fired.
disbelief,
Don't get
Stanley
fired.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What the fuck? Let me in the broom closet. I need to fucking vibe in there. Come on, you piece of shit. Ooh, I'm
Coming
gonna
to
go
a staircase,
downstairs.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single
it's just the
moment
same
for
thing
no
again.
reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
I can't
And
get
as Stanley
back though.
pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This
Fuck.
is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now,
Okay, so sometimes going through the same halls just results in the exact same storyline. But now we're stuck in the storyline.
Me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
What happens if I do this? Okay, we'll go back up to the boss's office again.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
What? Don't say that. That's fucking spooky. I'm not ready for this game to be a scary game, okay? .420, man, blaze it. 420. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh. It's the old
Stepping
office.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he
Shut up,
relaxed for a
motherfucker.
few
We got
moments
content to
with
make.
some calming new age music.
Already did this part.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay. Back to hell, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. What's gonna be different about this? Is there really only fucking 2-3 playthroughs of this? I don't like. I could.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I feel like I could just end playing this game at this point. Like, we literally had the credits roll like twice. Actually, one of them was artificial, I guess, but I was like, maybe I'll play this tomorrow too if there's more to it. But I feel like we're already at the end of the rope here. I mean, we didn't go down this way yet. So let's go down this way, I guess.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I'm scared.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
But do I?
Nope, still on board with death.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. It's a bad idea. I'm just gonna die, aren't I?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeehaw. Oh, I'm fine.
As the
Kinda.
machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
No!
Farewell, Stanley.
I'm not accepting it. I'll be fine if I crouch, right?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley
What?
was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a
What?
single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him
How is there a
instantly.
different narrator? Oh, I'm fine. What? What? I'm not going that way. I hate this game.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Wait, she's a narrator who's gonna narrate the narrator?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Exactly. Office layout? Oh my god, it's the game. Oh, where's the 420 door? Do I need to be high for this? Yes. Apparently. The two doors. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. think the 420 door was here or over here. Woo! Oh wow, it's just straight up the actual game credits. An early version of the maintenance room. What the fuck is going on? Like, is it over, or is this just like bonus content, or is this each is a mix of a keyboard stroke? Okay. Computers. Aw, I should just play poker. Screens from the development. Look at that! Look at that chimney. Oof, yeah, that's real rough.
Then he pushed the number 8. Nothing there. Shoot. Then he pushed the number 4.
This is just outtakes. Oh no. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what up is and down and placed two endings together instead. Ooh. Oh yeah, I never got this ending. Zending. Oh. To eventually cut and merge with another part of the game. I don't, like, is this just like post-game content, or is there like... What am I doing? Am I wasting my time? Am I wasting everyone's time? Or is the game still going? Stanley's office as it grew. Okay, I don't care. I'm gonna be 100% honest, I don't care.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
What? I'm getting shitpost vibes from this whole area? I guess. Oh. Here's a lever.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No,
Stanley and the
perhaps not.
narrator?
Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your Nintendo Switch. There's no other way to beat this game. And if you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
I'm not turning it off, my Switch. Imagine having to re-record dialogue for a game so it can release on a new platform. Turn off your Nintendo Switch, Brendan. He's
Someone
gaming.
was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Who is following me? That doesn't make any sense. 420 door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Thanks. I don't have to type it in again. I gotta try pushing up next time. Oh, my Switch is whining.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
I don't know what else I can do over here, though.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Utterly blind to the world.
Proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating,
Content
working, all of it
button.
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life, for he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Am I? Okay, where's 3 and 4? Oh, there's 3. So where's 4? Shit, it's up there. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to do. Okay. I love prank buttons with absolutely no purpose.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he
I guess
knew
I
it
could
was
turn
his
it on.
duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious
this is
moments
open
each
now.
one of them is.
Nice.
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Fuck.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You
Fuck.
know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not?
Good.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on
Fuck.
every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
No.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No end, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
Oh, there's a door.
Choice. Make it count, or don't.
Aww.
It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Fuck. Was that door open the whole time? Okay. What a dick. What an absolute dick.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Woohoo! 420, man, boy. Is it new content? I don't think so.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way.
I called the cops.
And Stanley knew it.
Never be
perfectly
game
well.
over.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fuck, I should have gone through that new
And so
content
he
door.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What's this? This wasn't here.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
God damn it.
Now, let's see, we went down right...
I
left,
am in
down,
control
left,
of my own
right.
destiny.
Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than
Imagine if
waste
I
my
got here
time trying to
earlier.
salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
God damn it.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fuck! The new content door's gone.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything.
These doors aren't supposed to be here.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story
I did this.
somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I
Who
know
put
the
these
story
chairs?
is here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh no. It's the back rooms now. Yo, what's up, goldfish? Oh. They loop. Let's just, you know, try it again. I mean,
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
God damn it. I'm still playing. Let me choose when to restart.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
420. Fuck, the new content door's gone still.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
It's the new content door.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh my god, man. Just skip ahead. This was not here.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Let's go.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both
Shut
know
up,
you
bitch.
didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some
Fuck
people
you.
were fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh my god, dude.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Woo! This is not the way the story went.
No, no, I'm down. We're living it up to the line from now on.
Ooh. I want to play solitaire. 4B6.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by
Yes.
the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Oh
Now, we
my
can
God.
both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Whoa. Wait, I'm 432, aren't I? Oh my god.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, 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 not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something
'Cause all the
exciting,
doors are locked, you
daring,
motherfucker.
mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Look at this desk. It's just a pencil sharpener. Oh no, it's the back rooms.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
Not the back rooms.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
That's cool. It's like wrecking the ceiling. Boop, boop, boo, doo, boop, 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 boop.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk
Oh
in
my
circles
God.
for a minute.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another
Okay,
victory for
open 'em.
logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Both
It's
doors
all
come
one
here.
giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all...
After a long time,
determined?
Stanley dies.
So now, according to
narrator
the
is
schedule, I
gone.
restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Which
Why don't
restart are
I
we
get
on?
a say in all of this? Is it really?
Oh, it's the middle
It
one.
can't be. I don't want it to be.
Forgets about
I don't
previous
want the game to
restarts.
keep
Attempts to play the story is
restarting. I don't
prevented.
want to
Unable
forget
to
what's
go
going
anywhere.
on.
Game restarts
I don't
on
want to be
its own.
trapped like
Fix the
this.
line
I
again.
won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't
Find
do
a
it.
bookstore.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it
Champ.
is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not
No.
quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Fucking asshole.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I'm so tired.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content ending?
for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Juice me up, baby.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this
Wow.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Surely.
Is it broken? What's going on here?
No.
Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Boop, 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 ba-doo.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content.
All right.
Woo.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is
Yes.
new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20
Oh,
hours
no,
of new
please
content
don't.
right there. Hell,
Oh,
I could
please
count to
don't.
30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The
Oh my God,
Stanley
no.
Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Gotta savor those jumps.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
I probably should have. I was thinking that maybe if I went to another room, it would be like, hey, you still have 13 jumps left.
And we'll
But
try
no.
to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Why is he my buddy now? He's so weird. He's become real parasocial. It's really weird of him. I don't know you. I don't know you, narrator.
Psst! Stanley! Come come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. Fucking GoldenEye now. He doesn't even call us Stan like all our cool friends do. Yeah.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our
Creepy.
little secret. Take a look.
Creepy. Imagine this game just has a Dark Souls boss. Just a random ass Dark Souls boss. Gotta press the button across the void or whatever it's
call
called.
it the memory zone. It's where I've been
Meow.
storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap Nintendo Switch port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back
No.
then, video games had integrity. Back then,
Pressurized
it all meant
gas.
something. Oh, the waste.
Indoors monthly. Damn. Good times. The original remake. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. Nice. Oh, nominations. New video game releasing today. Little Stanley.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est sur la pluie de l'eau, et je n'attends.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Whoa. Is that Stanley?
Here's another moving passage. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the Nintendo Switch. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years.
Oh
I can't
no,
even
here come the
imagine
bad
what's been
reviews.
collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
This is gonna be my review.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually
Imagine
quite shocking
your
for me.
review of a
always-
Steam
to be
game
honest,
ending
I had
up
always thought
in
of
the
game's
game.
dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You
I
can't
mean, the
know how much
user's
fluff
name
I
is in
cut from
here.
the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it. Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Get it?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button.
10 hours on
Well,
record.
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
It's
That's
kind
my
of be an
motto,
honor.
and
Yeah,
it's
it would be,
always
right?
been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2
Yikes.
weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters.
Fuck it.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me
wish.
describe it for you. To begin with,
Oh, the plant's
there is
dead.
only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all.
Oh, man. He's just gone now. And there's no door. I guess we'll just keep pushing until something else happens. What is beeping?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed.
Oh, it's kind of scary when he's not there.
End is never the end, 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 is never the end,
Yikes.
is never the end.
Heyo. Shit, I still can't get out. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh. Well. Aw. Spooky. I don't like that noise. Oh no! The skip button is broken. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Well. I sorta am free. Credits. Okay.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
The orders? What you talking about? New content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Okay, I probably should have gone through the new content door. We have no choices. All your choices are imaginary.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this... Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes,
Yeah,
I have
it's real
something
subtle.
very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable. and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh, that is so fucking funny.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Cringe. They're back. 2 doors. Oh my god, they're testing logos. Look at this one. Oh, that one sucks so much. Just put 2 red lines in it. Oof. Oh, it's the fern again. I don't know what that means, but okay. Okay, I get that we're in the dev studio.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
A button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Okay, I do agree that that should have been part of it.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
My name's not Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Okay, boss, you got it.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I... An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Merch. I saw the new content. Oh, you get it? It's just 2 lines. Okay, what else we got for new content? No screenshots.
Okay, I'll
promise
be honest,
nothing.
I haven't yet
Whoops.
decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Ooh.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
The other one, right?
Happy 12th
Yeah,
birthday,
course.
step-niece it is.
What the fuck?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Ooh, jump circle. Oh,
You know
see?
what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Would this reset? Who knows? But now I got jumps. Woohoo. Okay, we'll save a couple. Free, new, and easy achievement. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers,
Surely.
we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Fucking liars. I wanted an achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. Oh, I got one. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, jump circle, this map, free achievement, button, merch, settings, world champion, reassurance bucket. Where's that?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well,
True.
I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, Anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution.
Emotional
to me
support
than
bucket.
actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
I
Can you
could
imagine
use the
what
skip
pain in
button
ass
right
that
now.
would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, thank God they're actually going to let me use this one.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I mean, I do
The
feel
benefits of the
pretty
bucket
good
seem to go
having
on
an
and
item
on,
for
don't
once.
they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, cool. I just get to keep the bucket for the rest of the game, I guess.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I cannot drop the bucket. Infinite hole. Okay, there's this locked into the bad bucket ending. Oh no. There's some kind of thing across from the merch. I guess it's just this. Red is the new orange. The new updated ray trace more of the same but in a good way sequel. New features, new content, new ideas. That's great. Alright, let's go to the infinite hole. Where's that? The exit? Okay. Okay. It is... through the office decorate. Oh, there we go. Duh. Cool. Alright. Found the infinite hole. Okay. Thanks for the diagram.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Well.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Okay.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
But what if there's a bottom?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the...
I know, the
infinite
bucket is
of the
great.
hole.
I'm
Is
so
it a
glad we
very,
have the
very
bucket.
deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Come on.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we
I
both
can't
said some
teleport
things
back
we
up
didn't
now.
mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up
Do
here when you're
do
ready.
do 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 do.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Mostly infinity hole. Okay, I think that's it, right? Maybe there is more collectibles in here? Oh my god, I can't see anything though. Oh no. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Okay, jump circle. This map, free achievement, button, merch, setting world champion. Oh, we didn't do epilogue. Where's epilogue? It's right near me. That's new. Here we go. Oh. Maybe this whole thing is the epilogue.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Ooh, it's a
So,
cool
Stanley,
room.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it
Yes.
is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags.
Oh, there's a collectible down there.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders
Imagine
came
having
to him
your
through
own
a monitor
office.
on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push
yeesh.
them,
Okay,
and
that
in
part
what
sucks.
order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour.
Oh, I can skip it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
It's
had
the
something
same
to
game. Boop, 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 boop.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up.
Oh,
Why
where
was
is
he
it?
not doing it?
Oh,
Stanley
let's
picked
go.
up the bucket.
How could I have missed it?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel
Beep,
it?
boop,
The
boop,
broom
beep,
closet.
beep,
It wants the
beep,
bucket.
boop, boop.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No,
I can really feel
it's my
it now.
bucket.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom
Beep,
closet
boop,
is trying
boop.
to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how
Never.
hard it must be. Given the... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the suit. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment
Oh my
you come
God.
across one of these beautiful figurines.
In my bucket, we're gonna make it to freedom. We're gonna make it to freedom. It's not just the same game again. Not at all. It's a whole sequel.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I'm gonna lose the bucket soon. aren't
Stanley
I?
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen
I mean,
anything
doesn't
like
Stanley
this. It
know
very
this is
nearly
already
burst
happening?
into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
Like, he
reassuring
doesn't
it
know there's
that
a camera in his
everything would be
office?
fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Goddamn,
No!
Stanley.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I'm gonna get betrayed by the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them
What?
wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, will go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really
so much
bad,
darker
Stanley
ending now.
thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
So the game's just never gonna end, huh? Oh, my
Stanley
bucket.
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sequel is now paused. Okay, I need to go have a smoke so motherfucking bad. It's absolutely smoke time. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. All right. I don't know how much is in the game still, but
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Shit,
him
I did
that
this
the
one already,
employee
didn't I?
lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way
Oh.
to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should
collectible.
have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay, bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
It doesn't even do that. What happens if I don't go back home? Nothing.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket. This cold, empty bucket. This sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Oh no.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket.
He's gonna take it from me.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
No.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
No.
Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me
No.
now. Give it or I'll...
Okay. He's not gonna let me have the bucket anymore, is he? Goddamn piece of shit narrator.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I'm gonna make this bucket into a bong.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all? Large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Private but smelly place for an important person. Oh, there's one in the bathroom. There's one in the other room. Stairs, red and blue.
Oh, Stanley.
Ba-ba
Can you feel it?
booey.
The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura coming to a
Okay,
staircase.
there's gonna be one down
Stanley
here.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, I knew it.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs.
Is the bucket
Or
okay at
what
least?
about
It seems to be okay.
Stanleys? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, and then the next one is going to be in the boss's office in the bathroom. Yep.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I don't think the game is lying about me collecting these for no reward. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Okay, where are the other two then? Yo, what's up, Absalom?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned.
Playing
to discover
hardcore
not
WoW?
an indication
Nice.
of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his
I bet,
darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Where is a place that's red and blue? We need to go through the escape with the bucket too and see what happens there. It just says loading. It's dope, though. Zones are packed with people doing hardcore. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people playing it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Just no narration
As
for
the
this
machine
part.
whirred into motion and
Oh, there
Stanley
we
and
go.
the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
He doesn't give a fuck about me. It's just the bucket.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Damn it. Where's my bucket?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim
Whoa.
it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Yeah. Bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Well. Oh.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Wait, what? I thought I was going to fall into the infinity hole again,
There
but
is
nope.
something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Okay. Bucket! Bucket!
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Yee!
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay, what haven't we done now? Wait, we need to find the other
Stanley clutched the
figurines.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
Shit. The other figurine was in there. It's just red and blue, and then the one in the storage room. Is this some kind of game? Who took these pictures of them? Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the freak up. Trust the completionist instinct. Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow ease of access. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Construct new... Okay, some more both red and blue. I don't know where that could be.
Coming
But
to a
maybe
staircase, Stanley
down
and the
here.
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket.
No.
Perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows
Oh, no, I
what
dropped
sorts
it.
of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come
No!
to me, Stanley, find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, it froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Fuck. Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place.
She has her own bucket.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad. ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, Turner.
It could all have been prevented if
Why is it so fucking loud? Holy shit.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How
It just scared the shit out of me.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad
What's up?
of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought.
We're
to
playing the
herself,
bucket
"My life
parable."
kicks ass." And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work. Okay. I need my bucket back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Okay, we gotta go right this time, and we'll try. Wait. This is new? Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No,
Okay.
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
What happens if I go down here again? Have I gone down here yet with the bucket? I forgot the doors closed behind me.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd
Whoa,
find
Jesus
it
Christ.
eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Terrified by a baby.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're
Yeah,
the
but
ones
it's
that matter,
sick.
Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
The Adventure Line is coming from raw assets. Okay. I don't know what the baby means or this person. We've not seen that. We've not seen the baby. Oh, it's the fern growing out of a couch. Wow, how significant. I don't know what that means. Okay, let's go.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it
What?
for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No! I'm not giving up the bucket. Don't you make me give up the bucket. I only came down here for collectibles, and there don't seem to be no collectibles.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Gun?
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
I'd
What
rather
other
throw
object in this
Stanley.
game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer
I do like the broom
merchandise
closet.
the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Never. Oh, we broke the game again.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Sure.
Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
This game really just doesn't have an end. Like, it's just constantly just looping. Bucket!
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
True.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
Collectible
employee
time.
lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh. Sick.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
So what's in here? Is it just the Bucket Destroyer again? No. What the? narrator dialogue?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
True.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Bucket t-shirts?
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now,
Oh, no.
I don't know who might be trying to get me.
When you're a kid and you have a bucket
What's
at
that?
the beach.
Who's there?
Lovecraftian horror? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
What
to the
if I
meeting room.
don't
Perhaps
pick
he
up
had
the
simply
bucket?
missed a memo.
What happens? Nothing. The map's changed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't know where the last figurine is. Is it not real? Is number 4 just not real? And the game's just trying to torture me?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Since when was there an elevator over here? Wow. I guess we'll try going down. I think the narrator's dancing to the music. It's just gonna be the boss's office again, isn't it? Yep. Well, that's funny. Broken elevator. What else is new?
Here's the door. Just go.
I still need that last collectible though. Do 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 do.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Maybe it's in that last room?
Now
Did I
the
check
monitors
the last
jumped to
room
life,
already?
their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Literally 1984, okay? Literally.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled
Maybe
with
it's in here
emotions.
somewhere?
Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold
it's
reality
not.
of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Aha, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it.
This happened
until the bomb goes
to
off.
us already.
But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're
It was
going.
pretty scary the first
What all
time
this
around.
means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Store.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Open the door.
Oh, dear me. What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen
I
to
did
screen,
kinda think that,
clicking
yeah.
on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything,
Oh, there's
something
the door.
here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
Oh,
That
the
this
door
video
closed.
game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? I believe there's an answer. How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after. Wait,
Okay.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I gotta go to bed, but I want to find
No.
that other collectible.
No, the orders were still missing. For now. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I haven't been in here yet. Danger everywhere. Great.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which,
What?
if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What? Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay, game. Okay, game.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I'm on your shit. Oh,
Incorrect.
fuck you.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought
Right,
this
and
was
if I
gimmick.
clicked on
How
it...
on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Oh
Is
my
this a
God.
bucket?
Oh my God.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh my God. Okay. I need to go to
Item
bed.
6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both. I'm leaving.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is
Good.
a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do
Okay,
any
let
of
me
us
outta
know
here.
what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Probably.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
No.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets
No!
from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. But, except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity
all
on that
bad
issue, but it
ends
doesn't
turn
change
up.
the fact that we haven't
It's
got
bad
a
ends
game.
all the way down.
So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
This game never ends. Never ends. I thought that there wasn't going to be enough content for a whole stream. And it just never ends. Ooh, a bucket.
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
This one isn't real.
Oh, Stanley,
Boop, boop, boop.
can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's the door I came out of. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme Bathrooms Magazine. Welp.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I don't know what else I can try. I just gotta go. I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed. I don't know. I'm glad I have the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Okay. I don't know what else to do. I think it's time for bed.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Yeah, I would like to see weather.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Okay, I don't know. See that, like, they talked about that review having the skip button. And I kind of get what they're coming from because I am also impatient as fuck. And then this game involves so much replaying of areas you've done already. But that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll be back live tomorrow. I don't know what we'll be doing tomorrow yet, but we'll be doing something. Thank you, Turnip. Have a good night.